Hey, how's it going, Raz? Hey, what's up, Henry? I'm doing alright. How's things on your end, guys? It's been a fun week, actually. Apple released their new G4, not G4, their M1 chip. So it's got me thinking what to do next year. Alright, so I think I'm going to roll out eaves, sort of do what I did up here. I think I'm going to give myself some better marks. Hey, how's it going, Hangerbird? How you been? Time to bust open new X-Acto blades, because these things are not closing like they used to. Yeah, I think that's pretty much where we're all at right now. It sucks, but... I'll throw this one in the garage. Hanger, what do you mean? I forgot what we talked about. Silly putty? I use silly putty all the time. I'm not good with masking tape. Silly putty is what I use. Masking tape is what I have an issue with. Now, well, not masking tape, but, you know, like those tapes. Like, even this stuff I use once in a blue moon, but sometimes this, you know, messes up my paints. And even though I pull this off and I go on my t-shirt or jeans to get a little bit of the tackiness off, I have a problem with paints. But no, I use silly putty all the time. All I ever use for masking is silly putty. I mean, I use silly putty so much. This is, you know, I have like 3 containers plus a whole 5-pound brick I haven't even opened yet. Yeah, maybe you got mixed up. No, silly putty is what I use for everything. I use masking tape or that painter's tape for very specific projects. But like if I was going to mask her off and I wanted to mask off this skin, I use silly putty. Trying to put tape around this curve and get tape in here and all that, and then if you leave the tape on too long, or it might pull up, like if you have a light layer. Tape I just have problems with, but silly putty is all I've ever used ever since I discovered it. It's just that you can't use that like glow in the dark silly putty or any of that stuff. You got to use like regular pink silly putty. That's why I still got my box down here of the 5-pound brick. I mean, I think I've used some of it, but whenever I want to work on like a face and I want to mask off the, not really get any of the dust pulled up, I use this. So yeah, I got lots of silly putty left. It doesn't go bad too, which is great. No, it's fine. We're all getting old. We're all getting to that age now. So I won't hold it against you if you don't hold it against me. So. Alright, it's a deal. Alright. So, what I've done this week is I went ahead and I got some stuff pretty much organized to start detailing. So, I went ahead and I magnetized her arm and I got this rodded and set up. So this piece is done for Star Trek, except I still got to figure out this arm here. As far as Roger Rabbit, I went ahead and I got his head and magnetized as well to look upwards. So we'll go over him a little bit later. And then I also, for the cop, I got her arms and I got the cuffs situated. So this way at least we could start her shirt today as well. So, been busting my ass on a lot of stuff this week. And I also sanded her down, I primed her up, got her cleaned up a bit so we can at least work on the outfit. I still gotta get her arms sanded down, but a little bit at a time. Still moving here and there. Between working on these the other day and also pulled out 2 kits to start working on. Got 2 more projects in the mail that came to me, so did a bunch of repairs. Busy week. Busy week. we're still not really even fall yet. Like today it's like a little bit cooler, but for like the past 2 days it's been like 80 degrees. So I'm already can't wait for the winter to be over because I wanna clean this whole studio and I wanna reorganize stuff. But can't really do that till the spring, so it's gonna be a messy winter here. Oh yeah, Raz, thanks for that list. I bookmarked a bunch of those Patreon and Gumroad you sent me, and there was one guy, I forgot the name, I'll have to go through it again, that had a bunch of sculpts that I was looking for. So I was debating on down the line after these Jessicas are done to see about those sculpts for some future characters. But by the time that happens, I'm sure there's going to be like another 1,000 sculpts that come out. And I'll change up what I'm planning. So I'm not buying anything until it comes time to start another round of boats or something. Every time I see a sculpt come out, I'm like, oh, that's nice, I might want to pick that up. Like in another week, another item comes out, I'm like, well, this one's actually better, so. Too much coming out too fast. What I need, this one, these two. Alright, I'm gonna go in the garage and roll this out. Hey, once, no, I didn't see it. I actually haven't paid attention to any of the sideshow, Halloween stuff. So I don't really, is it something new or old? I haven't paid attention at all. Hey, what's up, Iceman? I'll have to go check it out. I haven't really paid attention to much what's coming out and what's going on. It's so. Guess I'm just so busy trying to catch up. Just haven't really seen what's going on out there. Oh, you saw a clue? Good. It could be any of them. It all depends on which storyline you like the most. That's why I like the clue. But I think Mrs. Peacock was my favorite killer. Well, that's the great thing about it. They really got into their characters. That's why I love the old school actors and stuff, because they seem like they really enjoy what they were doing. Hey, Wells. I don't know, I haven't heard of that one. I might have seen it, but I don't think I remember it. Hey, what's up, Raccoon? You're taking down everything now? I thought everyone likes to leave that stuff up for a month. Oh, okay. It's kind of weird. It's been like I said earlier, it's been like 80 degrees for the past like 2 weeks. But all of a sudden today, it's not cold, but it's like cloudy. And it's sort of giving off the vibe that fall is here, but it's still not chilly yet. Yeah, well, our leaves are starting now. It's I did the leaves this week. I think I did it on Tuesday, and they're already all back. The town didn't come and suck them up with the machine, so now they're kind of all over the streets again. But I also chopped down a bunch of branches and threw out on the curb. I just wish the town would I guess the town's waiting for all the leaves to really be down before they start coming by with the machine. But at least I got all the leaves in the back of my house out of there. That stuff piles up like crazy. But did everyone have a good Halloween? Did anyone do anything special? I just worked my ass off and that was it. No kids at my door, but I live in a dead-end street, so... Plus I had my lights off, because I don't... If I have candy in the house, I'm not giving it away. It's gonna be mine. I'm greedy like that. Well, I'm kind of hoping that the sales now happen at the stores, so I could go buy a bunch of Kit Kats and stuff, cheap. That's the only thing I really like about Halloween, is when everything goes on sale. But then again, don't, well, maybe around your area, I guess kids go out, but I think here they do stuff at the schools now. They don't like the kids going out on the streets. Yeah, I figured everything would be on sale. I'm thinking I might hit Walmart like tomorrow or something, see if I can get anything cheap. figure some Kit Kats, maybe some Reese's, and I'll be good for a while. It's weird because I remember when I was a kid, trick-or-treating, there was just thousands of kids everywhere in the streets. And we would do speed runs. We would go to this side of the town, speed run the houses, go to that side of town, speed run those houses. Well, that's what I said. I can't give out my candy. If I have candy, I gotta eat it. So can't give it away. I know my one friend. He said he was giving away comic books that he doesn't want anymore. So he would give away comic books to kids. You know, stuff that won't sell, which is not a bad idea. I still laugh when we were kids. We would always see other friends in schools that we'd pass by, and you know, the one friend would say, "Go to this house 3 down the road. They're giving out whole bars of candy." Or one friend would be like, "Don't go to that house. They're giving away those, you know, cheap no-name candies." You know, and everybody would just. And then we would go home. We would change our masks, get another empty pillowcase, and go back out again. I think the last year I think I did trick-or-treating before I stopped doing it, I think me and my friends, we ended up with like 3 pillowcases worth of candy. I think we started at like 5 o'clock and we didn't end till like 9:30, 10. Beetlejuices? That's kind of cool. Maybe a couple of the parents introduced the kids to the first movie as well, which is kind of cool if they did. Yep, that's what we did. My one friend, the last year he suggested that in the pillowcase bring an extra mask or 2. And he says if we saw a good house, what we'd do is we would go around the corner, come back to the house with different masks. And of course the people knew that we were like, you know, doing it, but nobody really cared. The one thing though, I don't know about you guys, but we never had anyone do take one candies. You know, like I guess a lot of houses do that now, where like take one. I don't think any of that happened when I was trick-or-treating. At least I don't remember ever coming across that. I love Mischief Night. Mischief Night is what I love the most. Can't do that anymore with cameras. Well, I guess you could if you didn't care. Oh, I remember those wells. I think a lot of the candy I didn't like, my parents or my aunts and uncles, they would take that stuff. I had to let my parents go through stuff because they wanted some candy too. So my father would be like, "All right, what did you guys get tonight? Let me see," and he would take out what he wanted. See, my father loved black licorice, so and none of me and my friends, none of us liked it. So usually at the end of the night, he would have a pile of black licorice that he would take with him to work. So he loved that stuff. So my friends were like, "Here, take it." So you see, I'm not. I mean, not a fan of black licorice. I mean, I can eat it though, but I'd rather just give it to my father, and I would just take all the other stuff. I know we used to, when we were speed running houses, if anyone gave us candy corn, we used to just rip up the candy corn and try to peg each other while we were running to the next house. So usually we would probably leave a trail of candy corn everywhere. I don't know anybody that liked candy corn. Well, for us, full-size Hershey bars were the best. I like my milk chocolate, so... See, I never understood candy corn, even before it was like, before it became a major meme. Like, even as a kid, I don't know anybody that ate candy corn. It was every house you went to, whether it was a friend's house or an aunt or uncle's, they would have a bowl of candy corn out for Halloween, but nobody ever ate it. I There was a place called Newberry's in my town, and I remember going there for Halloween to like find our costumes or just get the crappy masks when we got older, whatever masks were on sale. And I remember them having bags and bags of candy corn they would never sell. So I don't know. That's the one thing that I just don't know anybody that liked it. That's weird. Gumball machines? Was Raccoon trying to make some money off the kids on Halloween? What do you set up the gumball machines where you don't know what you're getting inside the eggs and you just filled it with candy corn? Raccoon buys a $1 bag of candy corn, makes like 30 bucks the end of the night. It's actually not a bad idea. But then the town starts coming after you, saying you're forcing the kids to gamble. Actually, I remember back in the day, some houses used to give out money. Like, you know, quarters or dimes or nickels, so that was a thing back then. I don't know if people still do it. Hey, what's up, Charlie Adam? Yeah, 234. That's funny. I don't think anyone likes it. Instant lottery tickets? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I used to get bags that had money in it or random candy, but usually it was just like pennies or nickels. That was pretty much about it. Nothing really much more than that. I'm gonna let that sit up a bit before I do the lines on it. But I like where it's going. Alright, let's figure this one out a bit. A loaf of Wonder Bread? Somebody must have been like, we gotta do some food shopping. That would be funny. That I could just imagine somebody in the house is like, yo, the kids are coming this year. Let's just start giving them food we don't want anymore. Just I guess that's hilarious. Just like you could say, I went trick or treating and I came home with ramen noodles, or you know, somebody gave me a ranch dressing mix. You know, that's funny. That's see, if I was like at a party with friends and kids were coming, I would do that stuff. I would just go into like my friend's cabinet and just pull out stuff. You know, Fred would be like, yo, the next day all my spices were gone. I would tell him like, well, you know, a lot of kids got some good spices for the holidays. Yeah, at least back then, you know, now kids will probably pull out the phone and make a TikTok that this house gave them a loaf of bread, whereas back in the day you would just, you'd tell the story, but you know, people wouldn't believe you or whatever. That's funny though. Where is my bigger picture of the cop outfit? Here it is. No, it's not that one. Here we go. Alright, so I think I'm going to start with her shoulders. And I can create those lines on the shoulder, I guess. Do some wrinkles. And then from there, if the eaves toughens up, maybe I could at least sort of wrap something here as a starter. Okay. So we got some eaves that's still soft. Last Halloween party I went to, I think it was around 20... See, I moved down here at 2010, 2011. I was renting still, so 2011, yeah. I think that was the last time I went to Halloween party. So my friend on his farm, his fiance at the time, they wanted to have a Halloween party. So I went there and I dressed up as Vanilla Ice. So I tried to grow my hair fairly long for a while, and then I actually, 2 days before I went down, I went to my cousin's and she cut my hair and she put the lines into my head, and I had a pair of parachute pants and I found a, I forgot the top outfit I had, so that was funny. I met a bunch of his friends. They're like, wow, you actually cut the lines in your head. So I had lines in my head for like 3 days out in PA. It was funny. That was the last time I went to a Halloween party. He was gonna have another one the following year, and I was supposed to go down, but we had a crazy snowstorm. I think that was in 2012, I think, or 2011. It was either one of those years. And I was gonna dress up as Waldo that year. I had the whole Waldo outfit and the glasses and everything, but it just it happened to be a bad year. Alright, I'm gonna try and copy this wrinkle somehow. Without doing the wrinkles underneath the chest yet. No, I didn't have, what did I have? I found, I think it was my cousin. She let me borrow some fake chain she had. I had something, I forgot. It was such a long time ago. I forgot what I had. I know I had something. Some kind of chain. I forgot what it was. Oh, I remember what I had to do. Okay. My cousin, she showed me how to flip my hair up. So, I had to go into the bathroom, get dressed, and I had to... She gave me some kind of gelled hair stuff that I had to use for flipping up my hair, so... I remember that now. I walked out of the bathroom, my friend just hit the ground. He was like, what the hell? It was fun. We had a good time. I didn't tell him what I was doing in the bathroom. I just said, you gotta see. So I tried to wear the hat the 2 days, well, the day I was there before the party. And I just said, don't look at my hair at all. So I was wearing a hat for like a day and a half, and then I came out of the bathroom and he just lost it. He was saying stuff like, I've never seen an Italian vanilla ice. he was just going off on me. It was hilarious. Hey, what's up, Dave? Devastator. Oh, so you got Stable Diffusion? Yeah, I've been doing a lot of like looking online and stuff what people can do with this. It's crazy. Can you get Stable Diffusion for Macs? I was kind of wondering if you could or not. Because the reason why I was thinking about it is just for like coming up with art ideas for statues. Plus, I'm going to be doing Mac upgrades next year. Just kind of, I was thinking about it, but... I gotta figure out how I do my Mac situation. I was thinking I'm gonna get one of the new M4 Mac Minis next year for my video editing. And then I was thinking of taking my 2019 27-inch iMac and bring it here into the studio for streaming. And get rid of this 2017 one. Yeah, I think if I get a cause if I get the M4 Mac Mini next year from my office, I'm going to retire my 2008 Mac Pro that I use for Photoshop and Illustrator. Cause right now I've been using Affinity Photo and Affinity Designer. Well, they just came out with Affinity Pro and Designer 2, and it's amazing. And I'm like, I really don't even need the old Photoshops anymore. And these programs are only $30 a piece. Well, actually $30 for the set. So, I'm thinking if I get the M4 Mac, I won't need the 2008 Mac Pro anymore. I can get that out of the office, and I'll be able to do my photo editing on iMovie. I can do my illustration and graphic design on those programs, and maybe mess around with some AI stuff just for fun. Yeah, I sent an AI picture to a friend of mine today. While he's in chat just now, and I told him, I said, in a few years, this AI stuff will do the sculpt for you too, which is going to be nuts. So, changing fast. It's all changing fast. Well, here's the thing. If AI becomes to the point where you can make everything super realistic, I'm not going to care. I like stuff looking more like artwork and cartoony and, kind of more like a comic book. If everything becomes so damn realistic, I'm not going to, it's just not going to appeal to me anymore. I was watching some guy on Instagram that does AI artwork, and I guess he changed his program, and now everything looks so realistic, like a cosplay girl or something. I just stopped following the guy. I was like, well, it doesn't look like comic book or artwork anymore, so it doesn't appeal to me. Yeah, if it's a little AI, I'm like, alright, it's not the end of the world, and it gives you like that, sort of like that style of an artwork somebody would come up with, but I think it's just becoming too realistic now. And at that point, you might as well just take a just take a picture of somebody. But I can see, companies steadily phasing out a lot of artists just to plug in AI stuff and then they're done. Sad, but that's what's gonna happen. That's good for like a wrinkled shoulder. And then when I do this, I'll come in with wrinkles this way. And that should kind of pull it together a little bit. So what I want to do next is add the shoulder cut. So you figure a seam like right here. happy with this shoulder. Okay, it's looking pretty good. It's starting to get too hard, so I'm going to roll this out. We'll do the other shoulder in a second. Alright, I'm going to do the lines on this now. We have wrinkles on the side of her, so we're going to add some wrinkles after I get these lines situated. think should we add wrinkles on the sides of her? Thinking like a little bit of a wrinkle here, here, and here. See how it looks. Worst case scenario, I can take it off. Man, I ain't getting spam calls left and right. Yeah, I let it go too. It's just that it's all this election stuff that I'm getting. Just nonstop, just text messages. No, I already did Homer Simpson, so let's get Homer Simpson in. You don't want me as president. I would make everybody do statues, whether you like it or not. Hell yeah, I could. A silky finish? Like, when you say silky, what do you mean silky? Like actual silk? Exactly, Raz. I make everybody have a hobby, statues, do something, and I would demand all comic book writers and companies to get back on track with the old school stuff. Get all that back the way it used to be. Sounds like it's got one of those like custom spray stuff to it. Honestly, it's kind of hard to say without having it in my hand. I mean, if it's a weird paint up, I would suggest just repainting the whole thing. Unless that's too much work. So I don't know if that's too much work for you or not. When I say too much work, is it like a huge thing, or is it just like, you know, a small little cat thing? Something like Home Goods, I would just like repair it and repaint it, give it like a really cool paint up, you know? You could add some texture to it and just have fun with it. About 15 inches tall, so you're about sort of like this tall. I would repaint it. I would just, you know, I mean, I have an idea what you're talking about, but hell yeah, Devastator. Your brightest and most talented people forward and see what you can make. The only thing I could think of, if it's got a silky texture, maybe like a satin varnish on top, whatever you paint it as. Like I guess you're talking about a satin, so I would try you know, a satin varnish, because this isn't flat, but it's not gloss. It's got like that mid-tone, so this would be the only thing I suggest that would work without seeing in person. So it's not the color black, is it? I was gonna say, Bear makes a spray can paint now at Home Depot, and it's a black color, and when you spray it, it's like a really satin black. It's not glossy, but it's not like flat. And it goes on smooth, so I don't know if maybe the Bear stuff might work. I'm not sure. I would repaint it, and then you can give it a sort of a paint job on how you want to do it, and then a satin varnish will give it not a glossy but not a flat look. Starting to get tacky on me. Sports, nothing, I think the last one I was messing around with was that Mothra kit that I set up for my friend. I just working on some Lord of the Rings repairs. I've had a couple people ask for like sports stuff, but when they got a hold of me, I was kind of MIA for a bit. But I don't really get too many sports stuff. Well, I did. Well, I was supposed to take that killer croc and turn it into the football crocodile thing, but then he changed his mind. I've had a lot of questions and stuff for certain like crazy customs, but a lot of projects always fall through. Sometimes I'll sit there and talk to somebody about a project that's not comic book related, but then I never hear from the person again, or I think in a hobby, people go to who specialize in what they're looking for. So if like someone's into Predator, they go for the guys that paint Predators all the time. And people who do like robots, they'll go to the guys that do robots, stuff like that. So I think everybody follows their like favorite, you know, people that specialize or that do most of that stuff. Yeah, I think 3D sculpting is already killing a lot of traditional artists as it is. Because look at what Sideshow did. Sideshow, Prime One, XM, everything's gone digital, and a lot of the guys who were traditional sculptors have moved on to 3D sculpting. Because if they didn't, they wouldn't get any more jobs. And if you watch that guy, We Are Collectors on Instagram, the amount of 3D sculpts that come out every week is crazy. Look at Patreon. So if you sign up to a Patreon like ES Monster, they pump out what, like 5-6 sculpts a month. Same thing with like Abe 3D sculpting. What does he do? Like on his Patreon, I think he does like 5 a month or 4 a month. Whereas traditional sculpts, one sculpt would take what, 8 months? Yeah, Sheridan does 3 to 4 a month. You know, 3D sculpting's already killed the traditional market. Don't get me wrong though, there's still plenty of traditional guys out there on Instagram that, you know, they'll take a ball of clay and they'll re-sculpt a, you know, a realistic face in like, you know, a couple hours. But of course they time-lapse it, but as far as a business standpoint, whether you're a freelance sculptor or you're working for a company, it makes sense to go to 3D sculpting because you get more product out. Whereas traditional sculpting, like, you know, for like Sideshow back in the day, you know, you don't know how long they were sculpting on an item before it was released. It could have been like a year or 2 years. Whereas now, they probably have like 30 sculpts working on right now, and when Marvel or DC says it's a go, they pump it out. Yeah, so when Lady Deadpool was in Marvel, you know, the Marvel Deadpool movie, all of a sudden 3-4 different Patreon guys were making a Lady Deadpool, you know, and then Sideshow would make a Lady Deadpool, or this company. So it's everywhere. They're even getting to the points now where they're pumping out so many characters that they're starting to make characters you never even thought somebody would even sculpt. So it's getting crazy. It's not a bad thing, but it's not a good thing, I guess you could say. You know, if it's changing for us, it's changing for everybody. So like I was on YouTube yesterday, and I was scrolling through some videos and sculptors and 3D printing and stuff like that, and I came across a video which had nothing to do with any of comic book or statue stuff, but it was a guy that wanted to repair a clock, and the part for the clock through the company would have cost him $60. So he just pretty much scanned the part that was broken, went into his computer, 3D printed it, and he did it for 69 cents basically. You know, that's how much resin it took or whatever. So that's where we're headed. That's why companies wanted to stop 3D printing, not because of statue stuff that we do. They wanted to stop it because if they build an appliance, a refrigerator, a car, and they know these parts always break, they can jack up the price on the parts, but some guy in his basement can reprint it and outsell them. That's why they're running scared with 3D printing. That's pretty much like what I see going on. That's why the companies and corporations want to stop it, but it's just too late. I mean, like, look at all these licensed characters people are making. There's no way the corporations can stop it now. Because if they went after somebody that sculpted a Lady Deadpool, everybody in the internet would just flip out, and then there would be thousands of Lady Deadpools, you know? So, at this point, they can't even stop it. And why would they want to? That would just be bad publicity for them anyway. So they're probably just like, screw it. But, on the other side, not all these 3D sculpts are good, you know? I mean, let's face it, some of them look like they were rushed in 3 days. Whereas some of the sculpts look like they took their time and they fine-tuned it, so... There is... I guess some of the Patreon guys must be getting, like, desperate to get these items out so much a month for the subs. And I think some of the sculpts are starting to take a hit on quality. Because I've seen a couple that are coming out and I'm like, it doesn't look finished, you know, where it looks, I hate to say the word sloppy, but it looks sloppy. Whereas, if they put another month of work into it, it could become a really good sculpt. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's just the way it is, you know. People are making money off the 3D printing now, and there's a lot of stuff coming out, but once it becomes like you go to Staples and you buy yourself a 3D printer for a couple bucks, then it's over. Hey, what's up, Jacob? How's it going? Busy week on my end. Hopefully your week's been good. Wow, it costs that much to ship it? Yeah, I figured as much. You're on the other side, so... Once I get her, I'll probably find a day to open it, get it in the garage, and use it as a item to start chopping up here and there. VX Labs, I think that was one of the ones Raz sent me, a list of stuff, because I'm trying to keep a good list of all the guys that are doing these STL files for future streams and stuff. Well, we're getting there. I love all the memes and the gifs online about how where we thought, you know, AI would go in 3D printing, and it's all just sex robots is what we're getting. I think everybody's in that boat, Raz. I think everybody knows what to pick. I'm gonna do some sanding, but it's kind of the start of the corset. Gotta sand the back of it pretty good. Better idea of how it's looking. I was wondering, should I maybe I'll do a 2-stripe thing in the front and 1 piping there. I think that'll work. What I need to do is, I thought I was gonna have time to do it before stream this week, but I didn't. It's gonna require some tedious work. I'll keep working on her outfit, but I still gotta sand down all this texture crap on these arms. I got... No, this is the wrong arm. Yeah, duh. So, make sure her hands aren't touching anything. What am I doing here? Wrong hand. Sort of touches that there. It's not killing it. Okay. Yeah, so I gotta... It's gonna be a pain in the ass to get all that texture off, but I want to make the arms tighter. over here. So it's going to require some sanding and chopping and fine tuning and all that crap. So we got a lot of work to do on that still. But of course it's getting there. It's got a nice little feel to it. Her hair? Is that why have it? What? I looked at that and said, wait a second. You mean hair, right? Or am I, is that a different, are you talking about her hair piece or hat? Oh, similar to the artwork, I guess, but kind of my own take. I haven't gotten that far yet, so I'm kind of leaning toward more probably this one. Or this one. Probably more this one up here. But I think I might have a little bit more fun with it though. I gotta figure it out. I think at the end of it, it's going to be a piece that's together, but I have to figure it out. What I'm thinking of doing is the main part that's going to be confusing is how to get that hair part coming off of it, you know? So what I'm thinking of doing is not making it tight on the head. So I was thinking if the hair sort of comes out with her bang, you know, like the hair comes out with the bang like this. Maybe not make it so tight. Maybe make it a little bit looser. I don't know, I have to figure it out. I haven't gotten that far yet. I mean, as far as the back piece is only going to come about here. I'm not going to make it go down further. It's going to like flow back here. But it's the hair is going to be confusing up here as I have to figure that out. I still have to do her neck piece though. I'm going to do sort of one of these neck pieces, you know. I've been thinking about it. It's just that I'm not sure how to go about it. Yeah, it's going to cover the eye. You know, we're going to have it cover the eye. I want to sculpt my own way of the hair on these pieces, so I don't want to use the hair that came with them. It's just I haven't gotten that far yet. Hair is always at the end. I'll plan it out a little bit more as we go. What I also might do is I'll go on DeviantArt and other sites and see if I can find more nun nurse, you know, or I'm just gonna look up Jessica Rabbit stuff. And there's so much AI artwork of Jessica Rabbit, it's insane on DeviantArt. But I'm sure there's a couple of them that will give me a good idea of what to do. You know. See, these headpieces are kind of up here, so maybe I'll put the headpiece back further too, you know? I don't know. Yeah, I gotta figure it out. Just gonna keep plugging away on her though. Kind of keep. I think hair is gonna be at the end of all these projects. That's the very end to really figure that out. But so far, I'm liking the way the corset's looking. Once I add the piping, it'll give it a little bit more animated look, I guess. But I think the front of it is where it should work pretty good. This one, the lower right. Yeah. We'll figure it out. I'll come up with my own little take on it. What I might do too is I might look up some nun artwork. If you go on DeviantArt and you look it up, you start going down the rabbit hole though, and it gets very naughty. But I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of designs that there might be a different hair design that we can do that would work. You know? I mean, it's Jessica Rabbit. She's not supposed to be, you know, perfect, so she's going to be a little bit naughty. And then again, Jacob, if you find any ideas, you're more than welcome to email them to me too. Let me just wash out my brushes real quick. I don't know. Just gonna have to play with some ideas and see what works. Now, like I said on DeviantArt, there is tons of Jessica Rabbit AI stuff out there, like insanely amounts of stuff. So I don't have to actually have her hair perfectly straight on each item. I can have the hair flowing a little bit too, because some of them have some flowing hairs that still work with covering the eye, so I can still play with some of the hairstyles. So we don't have to do just one perfect hair down, one perfect hair down. We can, you know, have some flows to them too. So like say for her, if we did a little bit of a flow, we can have that hair piece, the black part of it, flow a little bit too on top. So you kind of mess with it, and since the Star Trek's going to have the skirt flow a little bit, we can flow with the hair too. Okay, yeah, I get it. That's fine. Yeah, I'll figure it out. We'll come up with something. And don't forget, I mean, the pictures I'm showing there is just stuff I found. But if she was to be drawn in if you think about it, like for instance, a cartoon would probably take the easy way out. So say her hair. Let me get the hair piece. Hopefully this doesn't fall. So if this is the hair piece, right, like that, who's to say I just can't do this and hide it, you know? Like say if this is, it's not on there because I had the piece filled up, do I? Okay, so yeah, so that's the hair piece that came with it. So who's to say I can't just, you know, You know, it is anime. You know, who's to say you can't do something like that, right? And then have it go around and flop around it. I mean, I don't think it would be the end of the world if I did something like that. But, I mean, that's just an idea for now. You know? Ooh, I didn't scrape this, did I? Yeah, I don't know. I could do a couple of things, you know? What I could do, let's see, like, you know, if you have the, and I could still work the hair out from under it. You know, I could still do it. It'll work. I just have to play with it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'll do some research. I'll look up some more pictures. You know, um, this seems to be this looks like AI, but the AI just kind of put it over that the white piece. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll make it look good. Yeah, I don't know if I would like the sweatband look. I don't know if that would look good, you know? The top right one, you know, this one up here, is sort of what I like. So that one seems to be more like the headband's kind of at, like you said, at an angle. It's kind of like backwards instead of like perfectly up. So I'll figure it out. We'll get there. Figure something out. Right now, I just want to keep plugging away on the body, get these arms situated. We gotta add the whatchamacallit, we gotta add the collar piece, the piping, the arms, we gotta figure out a necklace for her. And then she'll look good once we get the hair on, it'll come together. I think what I'm gonna do though is I'll probably, once the corset is done and I can get these arms situated, we'll get the neck piece on. We'll kind of get that neck piece on around there and everything. And then we could plan out maybe the hair and then all, because I don't want to put these pieces on and snap them yet. So I want to get the midsection done first. She's getting there though. I like it. Especially if you kind of see her from the midsection. We got a nice little the curve coming in. What did I do? Oh no, that's on the Star Trek one. Okay. So let's put her aside for now. I gotta sand and clean that up. So Star Trek, what I did, I don't know if I could work on her tonight. I still think I gotta prep her. Alright, so for Star Trek, kind of trying to plan this out. So I did this week. I got her hand attached, sanded down, and I added the magnet. I did this, I added the magnet and attached this early this morning, so it kind of cured up, and I sanded it down a bit before stream. But, so with her, I'm trying to figure out, I gotta sand this hand down. That's kind of what's stopping me. Because I want to attach her arm and then start working on the outfit. Because if I start working on the outfit and I start working on all this here and this isn't attached, I'm gonna run into an issue. So that's the only thing that's stopping me working on her. I need another, you know, I need to get this arm fine-tuned and attached, and then we can start working on our outfit. Because what I've figured I'm doing is, when we work on the skirt, it'll be better if I have her hand on her, and then I can start wrinkling out it where her hand is, so it looks like she's pushing on the skirt, and it's kind of maybe like flopping a little bit under. So this is what's holding me up on her. Now, what I did do, though, is I did sand down and shape up her booty a little bit. I don't know if you remember last time, it was really wide out this way, so I sanded it all in this way more, and I kind of tried to round it a little bit, so it's not as flat as it was before. So I sanded like all this in here and around in here, and I kind of rounded them out a little bit more. And I sanded up here too, so it's not as thick as it was. So what I think I want to do real quick, so before I work on the other shoulder for the cop, I want to putty up her hand real quick. This way, if I go in the garage and I sand it down, I don't have to, I can kind of sand off this putty and it works. So let me grab my tool here. Use this. So I figure if I fill this in with some putty first, it'll make life easier to sand it down than to try to sit there and because this stuff sands pretty well, but it will fill in this texture pretty well too. You know, because like even I sanded it down, but there's still texture kind of in areas that just not filling in. No, she's yeah, the arms are going to be covered. So for instance, you can see this arm, you know, I'm going to add wrinkles in here, but I still needed the shape of the arm to be correct. So the same thing with this one, I'm going to cut out all the wrinkles and stuff in here, and this is a bare hand, so I have to get all this texture off. But this arm attached, it still needs to be lined up correctly, you know, so I got to attach this arm and everything correct first. You know, I'm going to add wrinkles up in here and all that, and wrinkles here. And then this is going to be like that puffy cuff, like, you know, the cuff over there. So little things like this is what hold me up. You know, whenever I do customs or commissions for people, this is a lot of the stuff I have to go through. But it's hard to do it on stream because this is stuff I'll do, like, you know, I'm like, alright, I gotta sand down this item today, but I gotta work on this item, so I'll fill this stuff in and I'll come back the next day, you know? Where on stream, I'm trying to get as much done on one stream as I can. So that's the only problem with streaming with this stuff. I try to be prepared so I'm not just sitting here doing nothing. I wish when he did this nude version of the sculpt, he took down the texture off the arms though. But I guess it was just easier to leave it as is. Yeah, Devastator. It was from DS Monster, right? Pretty sure it was DS Monster. So it has two versions, one with the dress and one that's nude. So I printed out the one that was nude. Well, Raz printed it out. He has a Patreon, but you can also buy the stuff, I think, on his Gumroad. You go to CG Trader. He also has a page on CG Trader, and I think he also has it on another site. So I think Gumroad, Patreon, and CG Trader. Most of these guys are on, you know, different platforms. They sell their files. The good thing with this Tamiya putty is you sand this down and it'll sand it and then it'll fill in those little holes and you won't destroy the detail with the 3M pads paper. It'll just sand it down, and that's why I'm making it look like a mess. Yeah, that's what I'm trying not to do myself, Scott. There's a bunch of STLs I want to do for myself, but I said I'm not going to buy them yet. I'm just going to wait. There's way too much stuff out there right now. As I said earlier in the stream, by the time I'm ready to maybe pick the next characters after these Jessica Rabbits or work on my own item, somebody sculpted like 5 or different other items that I like better than what I was gonna get. So I'm getting to the point now where unless it's something I'm definitely gonna print out down the line, I'll get it. But if it's something like, oh, I like it, but I don't really want it right now, I'm just gonna hold off. Well, you know, if there's a sale on CD Trader, because CD Trader, if you sign up to them, they have like, whatchamacallit, they have like sales. So sometimes, you know, you could get these files for maybe like $10 or 7 or 5. So if you don't mind getting it then get it. Alright, so as far as the police officer, I'll show you those who might have not seen earlier. Okay, so what I did is I went ahead and added cuffs this week, and I made sure that the cuffs went in and they didn't lock in. So now I did this cuff earlier, and I did do Rodger's head. So I added a rod there, sanded this stuff down, and then this morning I added the magnetized rod with his neck. I gotta sand the neck down, but now he's looking up and this is magnetized. So I made life a little easier with Rodger for breaking him down, because I figured if he was one whole piece we might run into issues, but at least now I'll sand this neck down, but it kind of curves around his neck. You can kind of see what I did. It's supposed to be a thinner neck, but I'll sand it down. So now he's looking up at the handcuffs and she's looking down. The only thing I don't like about the 3D printers is if they fail, you know? That's the only downside I think right now. I mean, the smell and the noise, you could kind of get away with it, but I don't know. Hey Randall, thanks. Yeah, it's a good file. This Rodger though is from a different file, so he's I forgot what he's from a different Jessica Rabbit file, but Raz printed it out basically where he should be, and he works good on the base. I have to figure out how to do his left hand with the. This is gonna be his gun. And then I don't know what to do with the other hand. I think it's in the garage. Yeah, I gotta figure out what to do with the other hand. I don't know if I should make this removable too. Probably not. I don't think I need to. I don't know if I'll be able. I don't know what the magnets will allow me to either. But I think her hair is going to be fun with the hat. So I do the hat more like upwards. I'll have to figure it out. Getting there. Alright, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then I'm going to work on that shoulder, and hopefully the eaves in the garage we can add over here, and then next week we could start working on the whole shirt area. Alright, I was going to do the shoulder, but this eaves is actually starting to cure up faster than expected, so I have to change up. Let's see how this is looking. So this eaves is getting pretty tough, and I'm thinking let's see how this works. If I wait any longer, it'll be too tough to mess with. Maybe we should keep it down further. Maybe that'll work better. Let's see if we can figure this out. What I'm trying to do is figure out how this will stay on where it'll work when I try to do the... Probably should keep it underneath and then use the other one to cut it. This works. Got the idea down. Let's just see if it works. So if I do it a little bit thicker like this, then I can sand it down. She would stop falling all over the place. And then I can curl it up like in the artwork, but then well, I'm trying to figure out if I want to... See, the artwork makes it go across, but if I do a knot... I mean, putting a brass rod there would work, but I would have to... Sometimes... You know, I want to add wrinkles, and if I do a rod in there, I would have to chisel out that rod, and that's going to be a problem. Sometimes just putting a piece of Aves and then building on it and then chopping it up a bit works. So, for instance, you know, we'll just kind of try to explain what my thought process. So I let this cure up, right, and we got a nice solid part, and then I add Aves going up here and kind of connect them, and then I can sort of not really, I won't do it, but I can sort of add a knot and animate a knot like right here, you know. But my other thought is, do we not follow the artwork to a T and do it my own way, where actually I have it come down as a V into the knot? You know what I'm saying? So instead of having it that way, for example, what I can do is... I'm just trying to think of what's going to look good and be easy to sculpt. So I can do this. Right? and then I add and then I build a knot type thing onto it. Just kind of just brainstorming at the moment, seeing what the best way to do this is, you know. And then I could do a knot like that. So what would you guys think? Straight across, make it tight, or do something more like this? I mean, of course, you know, I would chop this and then sort of bring this in and, you know, all that. No, we're not doing the bra. We already voted on that. It's gonna be opened. That's more of kind of goes inwards, whereas this one, kind of comes at like an angle going straight across. You know what I'm saying? So gotta be careful not to hit this side yet. So it's either or. I don't know. What do you guys think? Straight across and then sort of fudge it later, or keep it more like that? Because if we keep it inwards, this gets pushed out more up top. You know what I'm saying? Down here. So far, it's letting it lean. So if we, I mean, it's going to get sanded a bit. I mean, it'll get tweaked. I mean, it's just a starting point, you know. It just helps me line it up correctly. The shirt's gonna be like there, you know. That's that line. It's gonna be a high shirt. It's gonna be like right there. So I know things are hard to vision now. I know where I'm going with it, but for you guys, you might be like, you know, you want to see it more finished now, but it's just a starting point. Because this is sticking out, you know, this is sticking out and that's sticking out, but I'll sand and grind this down, and then I start to pull those wrinkles and then pull the wrinkles down here, you know? Yeah, it's going to be knotted right here. So this is just a starting point. Just gives me something to work with in trying to... The reason why I do it this way is because if I sit there and I try to sculpt this and start to do all my details, but then I push it forward and then it ruins this and I push it in and like I needed that wall basically. I got to create this wall first. So what we'll do is we'll kind of take it in. Like this. So we could use that as a starting point. Sound good? Because I figure I'll let this cure up a bit, and then I'll work on this shoulder, and then next week I can have this sort of sanded down, and then I can start bringing the part around here, and I can work out the wrinkles and bring it around there, kind of come back around in here, and then I can get that shirt flow. And then after that's done, I'll add the pockets, and then I'll add the collar pieces, you know, because I guess the picture over here has the collars that flap over. Sort of what I did with this Harley Quinn. So I'll show you. Similar to this, basically. You know. So this was more tighter based off the artwork. But then after I do my wrinkles and stuff in the sides, then I'll add the flaps of the collar. So that's kind of what I'll do with her, you know. But this one was pulled down more because of that. But that one's going underneath the boobs a little bit. But you still get the sense that it's going to be tight in here, you know. That's the plan. Are we good with the plan? Alright, so let me let this, I'll mix up some eaves. I'm going to work on this shoulder. Hopefully I don't hit any of this though. Let that dry a little bit on there before I do the, if I'm hitting a damn X-Acto blade. But I figure while that's doing that, I mean I'll have to do this in the garage later, but So one of my many A's pieces that are sort of flatten out. So their shields, usually their shields on their foreheads are kind of, we're going to simplify it. So what I'll probably do is start big and then shave it down. So I'm thinking I mean, we can exaggerate it too, you know. So you figure it'd almost be this big. And then we can. Almost looks like a Transformer logo. You know what I want to do? I think it would be better if we go. So that's too big, but what I'll do is I'll start big and I'll grind this out, and then what I'll do is I'll keep putting it on the helmet, the hat, and get it to the point where it fits. So it's always easier when I try to grind this down, stuff like this, to start bigger and work my way down. It looks off right now, but then when like I Dremel it and then I flip it on this side, I'll definitely be able to shave it a little bit better. And then once we're done, what I'm thinking of doing is kind of draw it on it just to give you guys an idea. I'm thinking we kind of come up with a carrot logo, so I guess you know, we can. And then sort of you know, some kind of weird little angled thing, I guess, or something like that. I mean, I'll play with it. What I'll do is once we get the pattern done, then it'll just be a matter of putting A's on it and creating like a carrot. Maybe something like that, you know, some kind of, it'll pop off of it though, you know, it won't be just and chiseled. It'll be a flat logo, and then the carrot will kind of raise up a bit. And I think that'll work. You know, that'll be a nice little carrot, and then painted like in a gold reflection, look kind of cool. And if I have room, I can sort of add some extra stuff to the sides or something. That's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe instead of perfect, we can kind of something like that. You know, well, I think once it's kind of like curved more, it'll kind of represent a carrot a little bit better. And what I'll try to do, if I can, is not make it perfect. I can try to like give it the little sort of curves on it. See how far I could pull. I'm sure I could do it. I'll just have to play with it. What I'm thinking of doing too is I might order some of that Complete Sculptor Magic Sculpt, because I remember when I was used to sculpt pouches with the Magic Sculpt, I could sculpt pouches better with that stuff than these. So if say I want to have a pouch here, what I could do is Dremel a hole, put a nail in there, but have the nail sticking out a little bit, and I can put the Magic Sculpt over the pouch, and I can cut the nail, and make a little pouch, do another pouch there, you know, it kind of makes stuff in there. And then let's see, let's put our arms on. Where's the other arm? Where'd the other arm go? There it is. So she's holding her hand here. I have room to add a holster with a carrot. So what we can do is we can add a holster, sort of course, you know, better there, and have it here, but we can have a carrot sticking out of it. So there'll be a gun here, but instead it's a carrot in her holster. So that'll be a good spot for it since we're looking at her directly. I wonder, do they have some? Didn't we look at carrot sculpts, Raz? I think on CG Trader. I think there was a carrot here. I can make one. Yeah, I'll probably just make one. So that's the idea. That's the idea there. So, all right. So we got that ready to go. Maybe I'll try to get this ready by next stream as well. And I think we can work on this. Hopefully we can. Let's see. I think I might. As long as I don't hit this, we should be good. Alright, it's going to be risky, but we're going to do it. If these pieces fall off, then, well, they fall off. Could always add them back on. mix up that much. Alright, before we do the shoulder, if we don't screw this up, what I do like to do is sometimes when I add this stuff on here, I like to add a little fresh aves to sort of help lock it. Because sometimes with any primer, sometimes it sort of could fall off. Not saying it would. I mean, I'm going to sand it down, but that can, once that cures, it kind of helps lock it on place. So fresh aves always bonds a little bit better than something that's sitting there for a while. So just kind of help it. Now let's hopefully we don't hit this or knock it around. Let's get the camera up higher, out of my way. Alright, just like the other shoulder, just start slapping eaves on here. No, I didn't work on the Bayonetta yet at all. I'm still focusing on commissions and my backlog. I really can't work on Bayonetta till I get some resin, and I can start filling in her legs first. But I don't have any use for getting any resin yet, so she's gonna collect dust for a bit. I really got to catch up on commissions and stuff like that before a lot of my personal stuff. And I'm hoping stuff starts selling again on eBay, because I got a couple items up there that are not moving. So things are personal stuff is kind of on hiatus for a while. I got somebody I'm going to be doing some work for, and I think a lot of his items need to be filled with resin. Plus, we're coming up to the winter, and getting resin and filling's a pain in the ass in the winter. So we'll see. Well, right now I think it has a lot to do with holidays, election right now. I think just people are really penny pinching, so a lot of like free spending is kind of stopped for a bit. Usually it picks up again in tax season. That's kind of when people really start letting go of money again. But with kids back to school and parents having to pay for sports and stuff like that, a lot of things slow down. It happens every year, but I think we're really in election season right now, and I think people are really kind of like wants to see what happens. This happened last election. It kind of like slowed down again, but then it picked up. It cycles. It's like back to school season is when things completely die off, because a lot of parents and people are like, well, I got to get my kids ready for school. They need supplies, clothes, so that kind of always happens. But tax season is definitely when things really pick up. But it's not just for statues, it's just for other stuff I got on eBay, you know? Some comic books, some personal statues, stuff like that. Like for instance, I had somebody interested in the Jean Grey, but then again, I haven't heard from them, so I threw it up on eBay. Yeah, it's just a bad I think it's just economy. It's just killing a lot of stuff right now. Like going to the supermarket and spending $100 now and getting absolutely nothing is just, I think it's just killing people's wallets. So a lot of my side stuff isn't really moving like it usually sometimes does. But then again, if the economy picks up or people get a mass inflow of money somehow, all of a sudden stuff moves real quick. But I even have some friends saying that even their stuff they're trying to sell on Facebook isn't moving. So hopefully the Jessicas will do me justice once they're done. Yeah, Devastator, it's possible you did something you weren't supposed to. Like I get people who contact me through eBay for commissions, and I'm always telling people, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you about commissions on eBay because the algorithm in the system will pick up on that and they'll say you're trying to make deals off of eBay. So I always tell people, you gotta contact me for commissions through Instagram or my website. I don't talk commissions on eBay because there's a lot, like if you say, I can sell you an item off eBay or contact me through my website, I give you a better deal. Like their whole algorithm picks up on it. Even if you try to outword it a different way, their algorithm picks it up, and you get struck or you get hit and they ban you. So I'm always telling people I can't. Like somebody contacts me on eBay, like I like that statue. Can you do a better deal? I want to tell them I could do a way better deal if you contact me off eBay, but I can't say that on eBay. I could say this is the best I can do on eBay, and that's all I can really tell them. And I'm hoping they would get the hint, but a lot of people don't. Yeah, that's it. Raccoon, everybody is saying that. Every time I talk to somebody, they go to the store and they come back and they're like, I just spent $150. What did I buy? You know? So, it's just everyone's feeling the pinch. I try them again, Devastator. You might have said something in the auction they just didn't like. Yeah, they look at messages, Raccoon. Like, say you contact me on eBay and you say, hey, I like your Jessica Rabbit statue. Can you do a better deal? I would say, this is the best I could do on eBay. But if I was to say, contact me off eBay, I can give you a better deal. I won't even be able to send that message. It'll say error will come up and say you were trying to sell something off of eBay. This is going against our guidelines. So I tried other ways to tell people this, but it always comes up you're trying to sell something off of eBay. So the only thing I could say to people now is this is the best I can do on eBay. But then sometimes I say, you could look on my website for other deals, you know, for other stuff I'm selling. That's like kind of all I can really say. But a lot of people never get that like hint to say, oh, what's your website or what's your Instagram? You know, I always say in my auctions, you know, this is a Jessica Rabbit I did. I did a live stream on my YouTube videos. If you go to Vince Vale Customs, you can see the work in progress. And I hope people would do their research to say, hey, maybe I could contact him if I go to his, you know, YouTube channel, find out his, you know, social media. But people don't do that, so, you know, I can't do better deals. That's the problem. Now, everybody complains I should get on Facebook and sell, but I think by now, most people know where I am. They could just contact me on Instagram or whatever. But one time I almost got kicked off of eBay for saying that, so I had to be very careful. Yeah, I don't know, Devastator. Something must have happened. You know, it could have been an accident too. You know, you could have just been doing something and they might have thought you were somebody else. You know, eBay is weird at times. And sadly, I was just lucky to get on eBay around 2001 and build up a reputation, you know? I've had people contact me and they were ready to buy something and they did mention that, oh, I would like to get this off of eBay, and then all of a sudden they're gone. So they must have been like trying to make deals off of eBay, and eBay was like, nope, you're gone. I guess what was going on there for a while is a lot of people were using eBay to promote their websites and not sell anything and make money off of free advertising. So eBay was like, all right, we're done. We're no more of this. So I guess that's what was going on. I just wish people would, you know, people who know me in the hobby and know stuff, I wish they would just like hit me up off of eBay and I could give them a better deal on stuff. Because I look at it this way: if you're going to sell something for $200 on eBay, right? After the eBay fees and all that stuff, you're only making like what, $150. So if people were to contact me off eBay, I would give them that $150 deal because I'm only going to get that anyway off of eBay. You know what I'm saying? So I might as well just give them that deal off of eBay. Yeah, you got to be very careful with that, you know? Yeah, the only other place that I sold stuff on, but it's more like, you know, local stuff, is there's a an app called OfferUp. It's basically like you can sell like furniture, cars, and like boats and stuff on there, as well as little stuff. But I don't really see a lot of collectibles on there. But I did sell a lot of my comic books on OfferUp, where it's just like, it's like Facebook Marketplace. You tell the person like, hey, you know, I got these for sale. They contact you, and you could ship it through OfferUp, or you could just do local pickups. And then there's also another site called Nextdoor.com, which is mostly for like you're basically like a 50-mile, 100-mile radius in your town, and people connect. But you can sell stuff on there too for cash. Yeah, eBay's the main thing, but it's hard. I mean, there's also Whatnot. So if you're selling collectibles, you could put stuff on that site called Whatnot, and people can. But the only problem is Whatnot, you can't really search products. You can only search sellers. So if you're a seller and you're selling like vintage comic books, that's all you can list, and they have to go into your Whatnot site and see if you have stuff that's up for sale, or you could do live streaming sales at night on Whatnot. So say you got like 50 comic books of Archie, you can have an Archie night, and you do is you like on Whatnot, you show your issue 1, and if people bid, they bid. If not, you go to the next book. But the only problem with Whatnot is there's so many scams on there. I don't suggest buying anything off of it. But a seller, you could sell something and somebody could say I didn't get it, and then you get scammed. So yeah, Whatnot was when it first came out, I hopped on and I saw how it was selling, and I started to realize people on Whatnot were selling stuff for way more money than stuff was worth. So for instance, I'll give you an example. For those who don't know, let me grab my comic books over here. Yeah. So on Whatnot, what they do is they'll do like, they're like, okay, up next for auction is Bombshells number 28, you know, and they have it set up on a nice picture, and you got like 30 seconds to bid on it. So say this book is only like usually $1, you know, in the bin, but it's a nice copy. People get into that whole like bidding like frenzy, and they'll start bidding on this, and it could go for like $5. But it's like if you go to your local comic book store, you get it for $1. But people do all the variant covers, and they do all that stuff, and sometimes they'll do a lot of books, and I don't know. Whatnot was okay in the beginning, then it got kind of shady. Oh, Macari? Yeah, I heard of that. I have that on my phone, but I never actually signed up on it. I heard Macari's not bad for selling. It's sort of something different. Okay, so you know what I just explained with Whatnot? There's eBay Live now. I think you do the same thing with eBay Live, so... But Whatnot has a lot of these influencers, and they're scammers, and they work together to hype up a brand new key issue book, and because they have like 20 copies of it, and the book is, everyone's going crazy to get it, and then after 2 weeks the book isn't worth what they paid. So there's a lot of influencer scams on Whatnot. But eBay is pretty much, you know, pretty much everyone just knows eBay, like you said. See, during the lockdowns, I saw everybody spending crazy amounts of money on collectibles that I couldn't give away for years. So during the whole lockdowns, I listed as much shit on eBay as I possibly could. I got rid of all my old toys and Transformer lots and comic book lots, the Marvel card lots, because people were just buying like crazy, and I always said to myself, we're never going to have this kind of frenzy again. So that's why I purged everything while I could. And I'm pretty happy I did, to tell you the truth. So I don't have much junk to sell anymore. So it's mostly just like, you know, statues here and there and some other stuff. Yeah, maybe I should sign up on that site. Maybe I could find some things here and there I could use. Not really sure though, but it's worth a shot. Yeah, but the only extra thing you're getting from eBay is a little bit more security with scams. So that's the only other good thing about eBay, whereas like Whatnot, they just don't give a crap really. At least as of right now. Take it easy, Wells. Hey Terrell, how's it going? No, I don't use Mr. Color, so I don't. So I don't know about that. I don't even think there's a Mr. Color vendor around by me. Wait, maybe the one hobby store sells it. I've never used this stuff. Do you know why there's a shortage on it? Is this gonna affect like other companies now? Are we gonna have to have more issues with this crap? No, I haven't heard anything about it. Like I said, I don't use it, but if there is a shortage on it, then I'm wondering if that's going to affect anything else. Oh, yeah, if the Gundam guys are using it and they're not getting it, I can imagine. You know what? I bet you they're trying to reformulate it to save money. That's probably what's going on. They're probably just not saying anything. They're probably like, you know, we could find some other kind of chemical to make this, you know, cheaper. Because my experience is when something's very hard to find, they're reformulating it. Like the Vallejo. We were waiting, we couldn't figure out why, and then all of a sudden they told me, oh, they're reformulating everything. So... Same thing happened with the basic putty a few years back. All of a sudden you couldn't find this stuff anymore, and it turned out that there was a chemical in here that the USA wouldn't allow, so I had to reformulate this. So, don't be surprised when it comes in and you get it, people start bitching. Okay, I'm pretty happy we got the sleeves done tonight. It's a big chunk out of the way. Ah, good to take off that headgear for now. Whew. But yeah, that is the cop so far. So I think once we start getting all these, the back of the shirt, the wrinkles under here, and all that, and then we do the collar pieces, it'll come together. Yeah, I think we're getting there. I'm gonna have to definitely order that magic sculpt. I think that magic sculpt would be better to do the skirts, but we definitely can keep plugging away at her what you would call it, her shirt. We could also start working on the gloves. What I'll probably do is I'll prime the arms again and try to sand them down, and then we can start working on her gloves. I'm gonna have to fill in like the areas to make sure the fingernails aren't showing. I'm just gonna give her white gloves, you know, just white cop gloves. I think that'll look good. Make it simple. Then we can start working on the skirt and then the belt. And we got to figure out Rodger's stuff. So where the hell did I put his hand? Gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this hand. Maybe what I'll do is I'll break the fingers over here and I'll bring them down, and then I'll break this finger too, and we'll kind of give his hand a little bit more of a bend, and then we'll give him a big sack, like a big maybe I'll make this magnetized so it goes in there like so, because then this way maybe the sack could sort of be big. I don't know, should we do a small sack or should we do a big one? I don't know. I'm trying to think of what would look better. Put his hand more like this. Yeah, maybe his hand more like that. So we have his hand like this, his hand more like that. He's gonna have a money bag. Or do I put his hand up like this, make his hands like he's got caught, and then we put a money bag on the base? So we have his hands up like this, like he's, oh my god, I just got caught, and then we sculpt the money bag and we put it on the base. So basically, do is we take a, you know, we have just like a money bag here. We put like a S on it with you know, like right there, and then we have it like Like you just got caught. Maybe that'll work. Or like you just dropped the money bag. Yeah, something like that maybe. Yeah, think that'll be better. Alright, we'll go this route. So what I'll do is I'll break these fingers and we'll make his hands out like... His hands are like, okay, you got me, you know? So the hand will be like that. This hand will be opened and we'll have a money bag here. And then what we'll do is I could tie a piece of rope around it, you know, or something. Yeah, that'll work. That will work. Let's see. I'm trying to think. How to do the money bag. Basically just... I got a chunk of A's now. Alright, since I got A's here, I might as well mix up a little bit more and start it. Might as well. I got the idea down, so we'll put a piece of paper down. Alright, I got it. Then what I could do is I can go ahead and add a rod, you know, like I did with the feet for that. So you can just plump it down there and it won't move. That'll work. Okay, so money bag will be about that big. Right there in front of him. Make a little bit more. Basically start the bag. See if this is going to be enough. Instead of wasting this A's, I might as well just mix up a little bit more and start it. That is true. Well, I don't know if I could, but I mean, if you really wanted to, after I do that, if I had access to like a color printer, I could do like fake dollar bills and glue them around the bottom of the base, but I don't know how well that'll work. But I do have diamonds. We'll play it by ear. If I feel I can add another knapsack or something over here with diamonds coming out of it, we'll try it. Oh yeah, that's right. They do have those mini dollar bills. I'll have to take a look at Michael's when I get a chance. Maybe they have something I can use. But right now we're gonna have a closed knapsack, like it's a. Let's pop him out. Let's pop this off. Let's get a piece of wax paper. Cut a little hole off of this. So a good way to start this and not, so we have our wax paper there. So kind of never sculpted a bag before, so it's going to be very animated looking, I guess. Let me grab a thing of rope. Like, I might have to cut the rope off later, but at least. And I can add like a rope on it later on. It's kind of sagging off the piece. I gotta bring it up a little bit. Alright, so what do you think of that as a start? I mean, I can Dremel some out, I can sort of mess with it later on, but I could take the rope out and sort of like redo the rope later afterwards. And then I could put a sort of a S with the dollar sign over here a bit. So, and then I can tweak this area later. I could sort of Dremel some out and I can add wrinkles to it, you know. Still keep playing with it a bit though. Yeah, I figure I don't really need to detail it like crazy. I mean, I will sort of clean it up a bit, you know, like this piece. But, I mean, I really don't even have to. It's got a... It's just so fresh Aves, it's gonna sag, but that sagging is sort of kind of helping it a bit. Let me kind of just play with this opening a bit, kind of give it a little... And what I do is, the rope, I'll take it off and I'll Dremel through this hole here, and then at the end I can take another piece of rope at the end and tie it again, you know? I think that kind of looks good. Not great, but good. No, I think if we go a little too big, I don't have a lot of room on the base. We're at the very edge as it is. See? So if I go bigger, that's going to be included. It's going to be pushed into his legs. Right now, I'm trying to make it so it's not. So I'm thinking just a small bag is good. It'll get the point across. Well, let's take a step back. I'll show you. So you have the money bag, you have his gun, and you have his hand. And he's going to be painted up in black and white. So how much bigger do we have to get, you know? I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think it should be bigger? But if I make it bigger, that means it's going to be sort of embedded into his body. It's gonna hit the legs and everything, so it's going to be like he's going to be one solid piece with it. I mean, right now he is separate. You know, he's not really touching it. You got room there, and you got room here. So he's not touching it at all. It looks like it's touching, but it's not. And then, you know what we could do is, we can try it. I'll see if I can do it. Yeah, that's kind of a good point, Raccoon. So we'll see after we get this done. We'll come back next week when it's on the base and we don't have the paper here, and you guys let me know if you like it or not. You know, if it looks good, if it's like too much. But since it's separate, I could throw it over here too. You know, but I think we're kind of. Sorry, I can't get them all the way in. Well, you know, doesn't he, we could also, like, make his eyes bug out of his head, too. Because if you think about it, she's gonna be... You know, so we have her hand here. We could do those eyes pointing up at him. I mean, I don't mind doing a little bit more tweaking with this. Like I said, he's only getting this one. You know, it's going to be a one-of-a-kind statue. So, so we could play that down the line. We can mess around with it and see if people want to go that route. You know, but for right now, I think we got to still do all the other elements. But I mean, I think it's, you know, I mean, he's got his gun up in the air. She's holding the handcuffs. We got a nice little story going on here, you know? A police officer. He's you know, just got out of jail. He's robbing money. So I think we got a nice, nice one-of-a-kind story going on that's weird as hell. I think it works. I think it'll be fine. You know, just a simple grayish sack with a dark green money symbol on it. You know, just to portray that, you know, he stole some money. And I think it works. Because if you think about it, right? If we go back a little further, well, let me get the camera up a little more. Okay. So, when we look at her and him, he's looking here, she's looking here, so we got this picture right here, and that's kind of where we want to be on Jessica, you know? We want that booty, and we want that chest to be all here. We don't want to go too much down here, and we don't want to go up higher. So we want that frame to be right in there, and that's kind of the whole point of the whole item, you know? So if you look at her on this angle, you still get him looking here, and you get a nice booty shot, right? And then if we look over here, we got her looking down, and he's still... So, you know, in all these angles work pretty good. So I'm pretty happy with it. I think the head tilt, the money bag, the gun, the angle of her too with the hand, I think it works. So, you guys like it? Are we happy? Going in the right direction? So, okay, what I need to do, keep plugging away on her. Got to get these arms cleaned up. Really need a day in the garage, but her outfit's looking pretty good. I'm happy with the corset. It's coming together pretty well. I think the Star Trek just seems to be not getting much done is because I gotta get this arm situated. Once the arm is situated and we start working on her outfit, she'll start coming together a little bit better. So she's kind of like in limbo until I get that done. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at for now. So that's where I'm gonna end the stream. Just gotta plug away on other stuff and just kind of figure out what to do. Alright. So you guys have a good rest of your weekend. We'll see you next week. And I hope to get some more prep for, at least, worst case scenario, if I can't get this arm done, at least I could still work on this and this. Nah, I'm just in the zone now. I'm getting in the zone. I want to get stuff done. But all right, you guys have a good rest of your weekend. I'm out. I'm beat.